together and creating synergy for what God wants to do in the future. And so, how many knows God started with a family? He's going to end up with a family, right? So I just want to encourage you to get that, listen to it, so you kind of know what we believe God is saying. Well, we are excited about committing. God'sTP.org. So I guess that's where you go, God'sTP.org. You can also get toilet paper on that site. So just encourage you to do that, get that, and listen to it. How many feel like you're in transition? Right? The only person that likes change is a baby that has a dirty diaper, right? Well, we've been through a lot of transition the last couple years and still in the middle of it. We just, when you don't know what to do, you do what you know to do. And, Terry and Terry are incredible friends of ours. And when we first just come here to speak one Sunday, something just started happening. And, you don't try to make anything happen, but when it happens, you better learn to go with it. When your peace is there, you just go. So I'll still be traveling. That's what we're doing full time right now. But if I'm not here, Sheila will be here, or we'll hire somebody to be here, right? Jared and Tammy will be coming, and there's about 30 of us that, because we're just hitting and missing places, we got a lot of people just not sure what to do. And so, we just wanted to commit. We believe in you guys. We want to help you build. We don't know what that looks like. But, the incredible thing is there's a foundation here to build on. And so we've really been talking about the difference in grace and law and laying some things out. So we wanted to be able to take you through some things to help you for your future. It's hard to do that if you're just hitting and missing. Okay? And so we really feel like God's given us some things in the next 3 months and just to impart and to release. We'll also probably be doing some branded services on a Saturday night where basically that's just come and we worship and we just see what God wants to do. No time limit, no restrictions. We just come and say, let's go. And, it's more, there's a lot more young people that come to that. So we let them just be the energy, right? And we really open that up to let God move prophetically. Does that make sense? I want to share something with you, and I do this just to talk about the faithfulness of God. I went to a Zeal conference. Anybody heard of Zeal? Well, a few years ago, I had a word over these people in our church, and I talked about a company coming to them and what it was going to do and how it was going to change them financially. It was like probably 15-minute word. I mean, just one of those words that you're just like, wow. It wasn't one of those that was type in shadow or one of those that I'm not sure what's going to happen. It was very detailed about what was going to happen. Well, I went to a conference yesterday. It's actually up here in the city. Tracy and Mark Jarvis is the owners of this company. Pretty interesting testimony. I want to give you just a little bit of it as I go into this, but they were making $1 million a year salary at another company, and they've been making that for 6 years. They were lead pastors at the biggest church in America, which would be Joel Osteen's church. Okay, so I'm painting this picture for you. And he said he asked himself a question. He was in his backyard, and he actually was asking, is basically money become his God? And is he becoming comfortable with the things that God has blessed him with and not fulfilling what really God's put in his heart to do, to dream, to help people? And so they laid it all down. They laid down $1 million salary. Laid down lead pastors in their church to birth their dream. So they started this company called Zervita. The problem was they were just trying to do everything. I mean, a lady asked Mark one time, said, well, what exactly do you do? He's like, well, I don't really know. And he said, I'm the CEO, and if I don't know what I'm doing, maybe I ought to check on this. They were losing $300,000 a month for 3 years, trying to pursue and fulfill their dream. And then God gave them an idea of a wellness drink. Long story short, they went from a $3 million company to a $15 million company to last year it was a $65 million company. To this year they're about to go global, which I believe they'll do over $100 million by this summer. So this was the company that I prophesied that was coming to these people in our church. The bad thing is it was a multi-level marketing company. How many's ever been burnt in one of those? So I had this mindset, okay, you know, when you go through those, you get burnt, you're just like, I ain't never doing that again, especially me being a pastor, because I don't want to influence people to do something. And so the bad thing is I give them this word, and right after that, Mike comes up to me, and he's got this canister. And he says, look, here's the word. And I'm thinking, okay. And he says, you know, it's a multi-level. I said, look, I don't want nothing to do with it. He goes, you're the one that prophesied it. And I thought, oh, man, he's got me. I said, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll get into the company. But I ain't selling it. I'll just use it. Okay? You know, because he had me, because here I am giving him the word. Because this is what happened. About the time he offered this to me, I walked away and I heard God say, this is that. And I knew God was saying this was the company that I had prophesied over his life. Well, it's Mike and his two boys, and now they're making $100,000 residual a year. And they're featured in this magazine called Success Magazine. Everybody heard this magazine? And, you know, I went yesterday and just went to this conference and listened to what's happening is not just happening in the church. That's the awakening that we're talking about. One of the biggest things that was happening through this company, I don't know if they was a dry in the building, but they went to Nicaragua to do a mission trip. They drilled 2 wells for people that don't have water. And they're saying, we're not going to be a company that just talks about this. This is why we're here. And it talks about the 3 principles that they want to bring God glory. They want to raise up humble leadership. And they want people to succeed at every level. And they're taking resources that God is blessing them with and taking it to the world. So you have to understand, when we're talking about the kingdom, that's the kingdom. See, we used to have this idea that mission trips had to be orchestrated by the church. Well, here's the issue. You're the church. And when it has to happen through the church, then we got to manipulate to get money to do it. So we show you babies that are starving and trying to get you to give to something to go help them. But how many knows the word tells you that he gives you the power to create wealth? So wouldn't it be better if we let God start giving us witty inventions and ideas and businesses where we're making money and capturing it out of the world and using the world's money to fulfill and establish the kingdom? Somewhere I think it was written in a book that he has laid up the wealth of the wicked for the righteous. Do you think the righteous is people that want to do things for people that can't do it for themselves? And come on, are y'all out there? See, what I'm trying to tell you is we have to change the way we're thinking of what church is. We've got to change how we believe, because I want you to, if you're going to write down a statement, write down this statement today, okay? How you see God determines how you believe he sees you. Let me say that again. How you see God determines how you believe he sees you. Why is that so important? Because that's where your belief system is going to come from. If you don't believe God's a good God, now we say it, we sing it, but most of us, because of our experiences and because of choices and because of bad things that have happened, you know who gets the rap for it? And we're like, well, God, I tried that and I gave you my best and look what happened. You know, God never promised you that everything was going to be great. And what I mean by that is he never told you that you're not going to go through anything. I mean, here's the Apostle Paul, wrote 2/3 of the New Testament, is on a ship. And God says, you're going to make it. But how many knows the ship broke apart? The guys were freaking out. You know what Paul said? Grab a board and float with me. We're going to make it. He didn't say the ship wasn't going to fall apart. Then he gets on the island and taking the wood to build a fire, and a snake bites him. I mean, that's a bad day. He just shakes it off in the fire and goes on. The people are freaking out because it's a poison snake. And Paul don't die. Why? Because Paul already had information about his future that God had already showed him. And if God cannot lie, are you going to agree with a snake that says it's poisonous or a God that made you? He just shook it off in the fire and went on. And they actually treated him like he was a god from that moment forward. Come on, do you understand what I'm saying? So see, somewhere we've got to shift in how we believe that what God wants to do in and through us. Let me give you what I'm talking about. I got a friend in Australia. I go over there. This company's actually about to go global. I'm about to take it to Australia. I'm about to break that. Why? Because I got dreams and visions of what I want to do for other people. And I need resources to do that. And you know what? I'm tired of taking offerings to get that done. Are you with me? I want God to use me to be creative to get my own wealth. Come on. And God wants to do that. So anyway, when I go over to Australia, this guy's about this tall. He's got white hair. You know what I'm talking about. Got white hair. He's actually from England. How old is he, Sheila? You know? Alan Wills. He's in his 70s. I mean, just a fireball, man. Well, this is, young. This is what God's doing for me. Now, this is going to freak y'all out, okay? But it's true. I've been there. Diamonds show up in his services. On the platform, diamonds show up. I mean, he's telling me about it, and he pulls out a drawer and starts showing me these diamonds. He says, man, diamonds are showing up. And I'm just like, I want one. Right? So I'm in worship, and people are worshiping, and I'm kind of like, I'm thinking, if God's going to give them to him, he's going to give them to me. And my heart just kind of, how your heart hurts because your motivation's wrong? And I said, you know what, God? I said, I'm sorry. I said, you're good whether you ever give me a diamond or not. I said, I'm not here to look for diamonds. I'm here to worship you. I didn't no more get it out and look down as a diamond right between my feet. Now, Sheila was there. She'll tell you. Well, he went to... You didn't? Oh. He just went to India. This morning, this was his first Facebook post. Look what God gave me, 30,000 feet in the air on an airplane. And he looked down on the diamond right between his feet. Now, why does God do that? Maybe that's a sign to make you wonder. The one before this one wasn't even a round diamond. It was a cut marquee diamond. Now listen, these are not just people, they're pendants and people lost them. And I mean, come on. He's taken some of them and they said, we've never seen a cut like this. Taking it to a jeweler. Said, where did you get this? We've never seen this cut. Maybe those are only cut in heaven, right? Why am I telling you that? I don't understand why God does some of the things he does. I just want him to do them for me. Why? Why is he doing them for him? See, there's something that's going on with him that he's tapping into that realm. So I want to talk to you this morning a little bit about identity. We've been talking about law and grace, and this morning I want to talk to you about identity. I want to use a story. You can turn with me to the book of Judges. And the reason I want to move into this, of course, most of you know I've wrote a book on it. But if we don't allow God to change our belief system, I can feel it. Some of you, I told that, and you're like, there's no way. God just don't do things like that. Well, maybe he don't do them for you. Right? Well, that don't make sense. No, them diamonds make dollars. Yeah, one of them was actually valued. I think he went in, it was like $15,000. I don't know if he sold it or not, but he's got them. No, you wouldn't. You'd be giving them away. Before we moved to Yukon, when we were in Stewart, Sheila started getting gold dust all around her eyes. I mean, it just gets so thick it'd be caked on our eyes. We actually filmed it. Why? Those things don't make sense to me. Okay? Well, why would God go up a mountain and transfigure in front of two guys and bring Moses and Elijah back to the dead, from the dead, and the people living get to hear them speak? So let me ask you something. 3 of those disciples got to see something and hear something nobody else got to see or hear. But 9 of them was down at the bottom of the mountain that didn't get to experience it. Matter of fact, they were experiencing failure, trying to do something they had done before and it not working this time, which was cast out a demon. But 3 of them went up a mountain and saw 2 dead men come back to life and saw God transfigured in front of them and hear the heavens open and say, "This is my son in whom I'm well pleased. Listen to him." So let me ask you something. Would you be one of the 3 or one of the 9? Because if God's no respecter of persons, he didn't choose them. They had to have chosen him. Are you getting that? Do you understand if God took you up a mountain, that's not easy? You ever climbed a mountain? That particular mountain would have had snow on it, and not only would it have had snow, but at the bottom, can you imagine climbing the mountain? And if you've ever climbed a mountain, the air changes. It was work to go up that mountain. But to see something that everybody else don't get to see, and to hear something no one else gets to hear, you got to follow God where he's going, no matter how hard it is. See, some of us have went through things and been disappointed in things because we thought we were following God, and here I got news for you. You probably were. Those are called tests. Because you only find out what's in you through a test. You don't find out what's in you when everything's going good. It's easy to celebrate then. It's easy to believe in God then. It's when you get diagnosed that you're going to die. It's when you can't pay your bills. It's when situations don't look fair that you get to see what's really in you and why are you worshiping God. And can you do it when he's not coming through for you the way you want him to? See, those are the things that really start to bring out and show us, do we really love God, or are we just in it for us? You know, I give the story of my kids all the time where, you know, if Hunter came to me when she was 3, and she would literally do this, but if she always come and just, "Daddy, I want to go to Walmart. Daddy, would you buy me something from Walmart? Daddy, I want this, and Daddy, I want that." How many knows I'm not too inspired to take her to Walmart? But Hunter'd crawl up in my lap and rub my face, say, "Daddy, you're so pretty. I'm going to marry you." I thought, can I get that in writing right now? What does that make me want to do? Let's go to Walmart. See, that's the way God is. And he has to show us our own heart. The Word tells us this: our heart is deceitfully wicked. We don't even know it. So situations we go through actually reveals our heart. Like somebody doing us wrong. That's actually revealing your heart. Because see, if everybody just loved you and accepted you, it's easy to love them back. But how about those people you ain't ever done nothing wrong to, and they're constantly talking about you, lying about you, treating you a certain way? How is your response? Because whatever that response is, it's probably showing you why you're not being blessed. Why God can't take you to the next place. Because that's really who you are. That's really what's in you. You know, kind of like, okay, I'll forgive them, but God's going to get them. See, when Jesus died on the cross, you know, this was his prayer. Don't even hold it to their account what they've done wrong to me. How many knows that's a big prayer? It's one thing to pray it. It's another thing to mean it. And I found out a lot of times in my life, things that I had preached and things I had talked about, it's easy to talk about them and preach about them, but it's a much different story when you're going through it. Because that's where you find out, do I really believe in this? Okay, that's not even my message. That's just introduction. So turn with me to the book of Judges. I want to use this story of Gideon. We talked a little bit about that passage last week. Gideon show you this. Judges chapter 6. I want to talk about who, what, where, and how. Did y'all get that? Who, what, where, and how. These are 4 questions that you need to ask yourself. You need to answer these if you want to be successful in your future. You know, I found out, and I've done this in my life, so many Christians, we don't plan for the future. Because we've had a mentality we ain't going to be here anyway, so we really hadn't planned to accomplish much. The identity of the church in the last 100 years is not to be here. And the identity of the church needs to be to bring heaven here, not to get to heaven. And so what does that look like? That means people that are sick can get healed. People that are poor can be blessed. People that are bound can be delivered. Well, God's not going to supernaturally just drop that. He's going to do that through you. I mean, I just told you about 2 places in Nicaragua that are not very blessed, but God gives a man an idea, an invention to capture wealth that now he's taking resources and going digging wells for them, and he's doing it and saying, God so loves you, he sent me from America to come do this for you. And this is what's so crazy. In every mission trip I've ever been on or heard about, you go there thinking you're going to bless them, they actually end up blessing you. Little kids will bring anything they got, they'll bring it to give it to you, trying to say thank you, and they have nothing. They have nothing. And their hearts will just, and we think we're such a giving nation. But our joy and our life is determined on what we have. Theirs is not. They'll play with cardboard and be happy. Some of the happiest kids you've ever seen. So somewhere you have to determine what is blessed. I mean, I see people that's got money, got homes, got all this stuff, and miserable. That's not blessed. See, just because you got money doesn't mean you're blessed. Come on, are you out there? So I want to first talk about who. Who are you? Judges chapter 6. So the land had rest for 40 years, and the children of Israel did evil in the sight of the Lord, so the Lord delivered them into the hands of Midian for 7 years. Now, who delivered them? And why? Because they did evil. Now, let me show you and explain to you what was happening in this time. Israel in that day was like the church of the day. Okay, these are not lost people. These are God's chosen people. And when they were right with God, God would bless them. He would honor a covenant that he made with them. The covenant he would make with them in that day was, if you do this, I'll do this. That was God's word. That's his oath. Okay? The good news about that today is God don't make them kind of covenants no more. Right? Why? Because every covenant he made with man in the Old Testament, man broke it. Man never could keep up his end of the bargain. He would say, I'm going to do this, and end up not doing it. So God says, I'm going to make a better plan for you guys. I'm not going to make a covenant with y'all. I'm going to make a covenant with myself, with my son. I'm going to swear by my son, which is the man God, and we're going to make a covenant. And it's not based on what you do anymore. It's based on what he did. So you can be blessed even though you didn't do anything to get it. Well, that's good news. But see, back in that day, if you were doing wrong, curses come upon you. So what would happen is God would bless them. God delivered them out of bondage of 430 years. He had promised them a land. He was fighting the battles for them. It's called God Sabaoth. He did all the battles because God of the armies. That's what it means. But the problem with that, you had to be right with God. And so what would happen is they'd be right with God. God would bless them, and then they would change and go worship false gods. In other words, they were saying, we don't want to do it your way. We want to do it our way. And so this is what was happening to the children of Israel. And here Gideon comes on the scene, and what was happening is the children of Israel would plant crops. And every year, the Midianites and the Amorites would come and steal their crops. Or they would bring their animals in to eat their crops. Anybody ever been like that? You seem like you just can't get ahead, and every year it's just whatever you've planted, whatever you've done just gets stolen. Your car breaks down, your refrigerator goes out. You have to pay more taxes than what you thought. I mean, it just seemed like something every time, every year. Well, this is what the children of Israel are dealing with. Now look at this. It says, and the hand of Midian prevailed against Israel because the Midianites, the children of Israel, made for themselves dens, caves, and strongholds were in the mountains. Now, I want to take a minute and explain to you. This is what they were doing. They were developing a mindset and a belief system about who they were that caused them to structure their homes after defeat and not victory. In other words, this was happening every year for the last 7 years, so they developed a belief system that it's not going to change. So they developed strongholds. A stronghold is a place, it is supposed to be a place of strength. But their strongholds were actually built out of a place of weakness because of what their enemy were doing to them every year. Fear would bind them where they would go up into the mountains, and that's where they would develop these strongholds and live in these caves because they were afraid of the Midianites because they were going to come and destroy them every year. So it developed a belief system in them that this is the way life is, nothing's going to change. It's the belief system that I ain't going to get a break. It's the belief system that, I want to own my own company, but I'm not able to do that. I want a better job, but I'm too scared to let go of the one I got. Are you with me? And it developed a belief system that you can't just decide I'm going to change it. See, if people could change it, they would. They just don't know how. They don't know how to believe outside the box. You're talking about your daughter. The reason your daughter is so radical is because you can't put her in a box. Why? Because her belief system is bigger than the box. The problem is you can't give somebody that. It comes out of their personal relationship with God. It comes out of experience of what God has done for them before. Listen, the reason I know this, I'm the youngest of 13 children. One of them, my sisters are over there. We were raised on commodities, governmental cheese, peanut butter, lines. Our dad died. My dad died when I was 4. Mom had 9 kids in the home. 5th grade education, couldn't drive, no driver's license. So what was I raised under? I was raised under the mentality of my family. She was constantly worried that the police were going to come and take her to jail because she couldn't pay her bills. And when you're a kid raised underneath that mentality and the way we lived in poverty, that became a belief system and a stronghold in our life. That we were just happy, if we got a pair of pants for Christmas. And kids were getting bicycles and toys, and they'd say, "What'd you get for Christmas?" We don't want to talk about it. Why? Because it wasn't like Christmas for us. It was like, you just got a new pair of pants. Come on, are you understand what I'm saying? But that belief system started to get into us. And if you never break that belief system, then what you look for actually comes to you. Let me say it like this. What you're looking for, you'll find. If you're looking for defeat, you're going to find defeat. If you're looking for failure, if you're looking for fear, it's going to find you. Why? You always gravitate towards what you believe. That's why you hear me say it all the time, I'm God's favorite. Why? Because I have chosen to believe that this is how God sees me. So He's going to do things for me that He won't do for you. Now, is that true? Yeah, on my half it is true. Are you with me? But He'll do it the same way for you. He just needs you to believe it. See, there's no grandkids in the kingdom. You can't hold on to my shirt and think He's going to do for you what He does for me. It's a different relationship. See, there's no elevators in the kingdom. You all have to get it the same way. But you know what we do? We make excuses of why we can't be successful. I'm sitting there watching these people yesterday. And, I was convicted. These people, one of them's a goat herder. These are average people that have now built their business to making $100,000, $200,000 a year. Why? Because they heard a story and something motivated them to say, I can do that. I can do that. What other country could you live in to even have that kind of possibility? Some of them did it within 3 months from getting into the company and now making $100,000 residual. That's not their income. That's what they make every year. What other country could you live in to have that kind of possibility? Why would God give our country that kind of wealth, that kind of opportunity? So that we could be people that dream big for the world, to change the world, to go take orphans and train them how to be sons, to help change nations. But you know what a lot of us are doing? Man, God, I can't even believe you to pay my bills. Why? Because our family has given us strongholds. Strongholds of defeat. Are you with me? Strongholds that have told us our limitations and who we are. This is what Gideon was going to be a product of. Verse 4, so when they would encamp against them and destroy the produce of the earth, for as Gaza left no sustenance for Israel, neither sheep nor ox nor donkey. So in other words, this was happening every year, the same thing. So can you imagine what these children are seeing and what they're being raised under? It's everything. You know, it's what's so difficult with me is here my mom had incredible results with miracles, but couldn't believe for finances. I mean, come on, raise my brother from the dead, clinically dead from 12 hours. I'm going, how can you believe for that, but then you can't believe for the money to take care of just personal bills? It's because you've developed one area of your life, but you ain't let God into this area. So there's something that's residing in your belief system here that you're not letting God have because of an experience. Because it didn't happen the way you thought it would happen. Come on, are you with me? And those damage us and they get into our memory, affect our emotions, so that when an opportunity comes, the identity of who you are then tells you, I can't do that. Because I remember when I tried this, and look what happened. Come on. You know what you need to say? That day's over. I'm not the same person I was that time. I'm a different person than I was then. And I'm not going to let my failures identify me and leave me in a place that says this is the way it's going to be for the rest of your life. One guy got up and he said this. He said, my kids became the reason I did this, not the excuse that I couldn't do it. Did y'all hear that? I went, wow. They're teaching the same principles in that conference that I'm teaching right here today. I'm sitting there going, it's all about identity. It's all about if you believe in yourself of what you can do. But I'll tell you something, if you don't believe in yourself, you're never going to have great results. Because you're always looking for somebody else. Will somebody believe in me? Will somebody tell me who I am? The sad thing is, you're not 12. Hello? You're 25, you're 45, you're 50 going, does anybody believe I can do it? And listen, I'm not saying you don't need encouragement, but I'll tell you something, if you don't believe in you, it's going to be hard for anybody else to believe in you. See, somewhere, you've got to let God identify you. Somewhere you've got to go, God's put me on this planet for me to do something that nobody else can do. And that's the truth. You can affect people that nobody else can affect. That's how individually and wonderfully He's made you, that your fingerprints are different than anybody else's on the planet. That's why you can't compare what God does for her. Because it's different than what God's doing for you. This new movie coming out called Noah. Has anybody seen that? The preview? Man, it's going to be good. But I was so encouraged because here on a big movie screen, this guy's talking to Russell Crowe, and he looks at him, and Russell Crowe is telling him how God's speaking to him. Russell Crowe is going to be Noah. And Ozzy. And the old man looks at him, he says, well, God speaks to you so you can understand Him. He speaks in your language. Did you know when God first started speaking to me, He was always about sports? Why? Because I knew sports. So He would talk to me and how I could understand Him. And I remember telling somebody one time, I said, look, God showed me this. They're looking at me like, God don't do that. I'm thinking, well, he did with me. But see, you're trying to talk to somebody about that, and God's never talked to them like that, so they don't have that experience, so they can't identify with you in your experience. Did you get that? And if you don't watch it, you'll tell somebody, and they'll go, that's not God. Why? Because we relate to people out of our experiences. And those experiences then become our belief systems. And then those belief systems become our actions. And those actions become our life. Are you with me? So see, the way you change that, if you got to allow God to change your identity, which is your belief system. So then when an experience comes, it doesn't matter if the experience is good or bad. If it's bad, God's still going to turn it around for my good. See how your belief system just shifted that? But see, if you don't allow the identity to be set in you, then everything that comes, even if it's good, you'll call it bad. Give you an example. We go up, actually it was with George. We went over to Kentucky. And there's these people with these gas wells. And these landmen were going and talking to these people with gas wells. And they're saying, listen, there's gas on your land. We'll offer you so much money a month, and we'll even bring the gas into your house, and it will heat your house. You'll never have to pay for gas again. And then there's an opportunity for us to hit gas in a big way where you could make, all this kind of money. And they said, well, I don't want to take a chance because I don't want to lose my government check. I said, how much is your government check? $700 a month. I said, so you're not willing to lose $700 a month for $70,000 a month? No, not willing to take that chance. Why? Because they had developed strongholds from their raising in those mountains. They'd rather just get by and let the government help them than to step out and believe that God has blessed them and wants to give them an abundance. Come on, you. And see, that's why you get so frustrated when you see people that are raised. They don't know anything else. That's why in the African American culture, it don't do you any good to get mad at them. They are a product of a fatherless generation. That their mother has had to raise them with government help and food. They have an entitlement mentality. Why? They've been raised under that stronghold. And if you don't help identify by what? Lives that are come out of that. And say, listen, you don't have to live like that. I was raised in that, but you can break what your mother and your father or the not having one or the other has put upon you. I mean, come on, I was raised in a trailer house where we would listen to the rats race across the ceiling. Where we would get dressed in front of the stove in the kitchen because it's the only heat we had in the house. You might know what I'm talking about. And so when I was dealing in the principles of God, I'm like, God, I know you love me. God, I've experienced your healing. But God, I don't believe you can provide for me. Because I was raised in all those years of just enough. And you wonder why the children of Israel can never get out of the wilderness and go into the promised land. Because it was strongholds that was given to them for 430 years of a promise that God was going to deliver them. But when God did deliver them, they're going, wait a minute. We didn't think it'd look like this. We didn't know we had to go through all this. We didn't know we had to climb a mountain. We didn't know that the air is going to get thinner. And it feels like my chest's going to cave in. Come on, y'all been there? I told a story last week. I was with this businessman in Dallas, and I had a prophetic word over him 16 months before. And all this prophetic word had come to pass, except this one part with finances. And he's sitting in front of me. And he said, look, you gave me a word. I'm going to the Middle East. He said, I just got back meeting with the king's son from Saudi Arabia, the prince of Saudi Arabia. He said, so I know what you're saying is true. I know it was God. He said, but I need $300,000 by tomorrow. What am I going to do? I said, what are your options? He said, well, I've invested everything in my company. And I said, so it's come to this. You're going to have to believe God. And his hand just goes over his face. He goes, but I got to have it tomorrow. He said, I can't pay my staff. I said, what did God tell you? Well, God told me this, 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 and this. And I said, so are you going to believe God or are you going to look at the circumstances? And you could see this pressure all over him. And I said, let me tell you something, sir. I said, what you're going through right now is why the average person clocks in at 9 and clocks out at 5. Because they can't handle what you're feeling. Did you hear me? It's a multi-million-dollar company. He's got great assets. He's just got cash flow problems. But God told him he's going to deal with it, but he didn't tell him he wasn't going to go through some things. I said, so what are you going to do? He said, well, I'm going to believe in what God said. In 5 minutes, the phone rang. And the bank gave him $300,000 to pay his staff. Now listen, that wasn't the breakthrough he was looking for, but that breakthrough surely helped till the other one got there. Come on, are you understand what I'm saying? See, that's how your faith is built. You can't get it any other way. Did you know, listen, you don't, I'm going to tell you this, and it's going to go against everything you ever heard. You do not need more faith. We have been taught so long, oh man, you just don't have enough faith. God says, every man is given a measure of faith. And if you have the faith of a mustard seed, which is the smallest seed on the planet, that's saying God's saying you don't need a lot. You just need to use what you have. And develop that faith. Come on, did you get that? See, we're trying to get more of something we've never developed what we have. This is what we do. Okay, I'm going to use faith. I'm going to believe for a new car. How about believing God first just to give you a good job? How about that one? How about start there? It's kind of like these people that are going to get in shape. And they set these goals way up here. I'm going to run 17 miles in the first week. And they're so sore by the next day, they quit. It's the same thing we do in the kingdom. We start setting our goals by somebody else or how it looks. No, you got to know who you are. You got to know where you're at. And you got to let God help define that in you. Don't compare yourself to somebody else. Does that make sense to you? And I'm not going to get through this, but 3 months, that's right. We can have a continuation part 2, right? Look at verse 11. Now the angel of the Lord came and sat under the terebinth tree, which was in Ophrah, not Oprah, which belonged to Joash the Abiezrite, while his son Gideon threshed wheat in the winepress in order to hide it from the Midianites. Now I want you to get this story. Here's Gideon. He's taking wheat and he's threshing it in a winepress, which means he's hiding. What is he hiding from? He's hiding from the Midianites, because if the Midianites see this, they're going to come steal the wheat that he has. Are you with me? So what is governing Gideon? Same thing as governing everybody else. It's called fear. So he's hiding just enough from him to live and to get by. And this is where God speaks to him. In that place of fear, intimidation, not knowing who he is. Are you there? And the angel of the Lord appeared to him and said to him, the Lord is with you, mighty man of valor. So don't you get this? God's come to identify Gideon. What's he come to do? When he comes to identify you, identity has to do with changing how you think. He was in fear. He was hiding. God shows up and says, hey, Gideon, God's with you. But what do? Gideon looked around and said, well, if God's with us, where's the miracles of God? Why am I hiding here? God's like, that's what I want to know. Because if you believed who I was, you wouldn't be doing what you're doing. Gideon, you really don't believe. You really don't know who you are. Because if you really knew who you were, you'd be facing these Midianites saying, that's enough. I'm not going to be a product of my family. I'm not going to live under a stronghold that they've told me this is how it's going to be. I'm going to be different. I don't have to live like this because I'm God's favorite. Now, that's going to take some boldness. That's going to cause you to have to go against the flow. of what everybody else is doing. It's easy to do what everybody else is doing, and you will get the same results. You know, I'm talking to a businessman yesterday, and he's like, look, he said, it's getting so bad. He said, it is a cutthroat out here. I said, well, what do you expect? You're in the world. They are taught under a system and a stronghold that says this is how you get ahead. You don't bless somebody. You don't help somebody else. You get yours and you get what belongs to you, and it doesn't matter what you do the next guy to get it. Well, that's not the kingdom. But the kingdom don't make sense, because the kingdom's like this. If I'll help you get blessed, God will make sure I'm blessed. Hello, did y'all get that? But we don't really believe that. I mean, even if Christians, let's just get real, most of us really don't believe that. If we did, we would be making sure other people got blessed. Come on, remember the scenario? Do unto others as... See, if we live by that principle, that'd change the world right there. So here Gideon is hiding. He doesn't know who he is. God comes to identify him, and now he's going to be arguing with God. If I'm blessed, you're with me, where's the miracles? Show me the demonstration, because I don't see it. Isn't it funny how we always want him to demonstrate it so we can believe it? But the Bible tells you, blessed is the man that believes and doesn't see. Why? Because that's the real you. And watch this. If you believe because of demonstration, you'll be talked out of that demonstration. There was no greater miracle worker besides Jesus. His name was Moses. There's more miracles in the wilderness, yet the people still lived in unbelief. The miracles will only cause you to go, wow, that was great. But I don't know if he'll do it for me. See, that's why the church thinks, man, if we can just get miracles back. The miracles don't change somebody. Hello. Now, it may be a catalyst of what God's already doing in their heart to shift them over. But if it don't happen in the heart, nothing outside will change that person, because all permanent change starts on the inside and works its way outside. That's why Proverbs says, guard the heart, for the issues of life come from it. You know why that's so important? Because your heart has two gates, an eye gate and an ear gate. So whatever your eye gate and your ear gate lets in goes into your heart. Whatever goes into your heart comes out your mouth. Out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth. And whatever you speak portrays life or death. So if you're negative, guess what? You say, well, how do I change that? Get away from negative people. Get away from negative talk. Shut your ear, that gate, allowing it into your heart. Quit watching negative things. That's called the news. Because you watching the news, everything's going to hell in a handbasket. You know, and nothing's getting better. See, somewhere you got to determine, what are you going to believe? Are you going to believe what the king says about the kingdom, or are you going to believe what Fox News says about the kingdom? And I'm not against Fox News. It's the best out there, but what makes news is bad news. Now look what he has you do. I'm going to end I'm just going to get half of it today. Is that all right? I'm just like a hamburger. I'm going to just give you one patty today. But next week we'll have a triple. So number one, who? God comes to identify you. Comes to tell you who you are. Verse 13, Gideon said, my Lord, if you're with us, why has all this happened to us? Any of y'all ever asked that question? Well, God, if you're with me, why am I going through this? God, if you're with me, why my dad died when I was 4? God, if you're with me, how come? I'm the only one that ever done that. I remember seeing kids come to school and their dads were alcoholics. And I'm like, my dad was a preacher. And he's dead and they get to live? Do you see what's in my heart? I didn't even realize it. I'm mad at those kids because they got a daddy and I don't have one. And really, I'm not mad at those kids. I'm just taking it out on them. I'm mad at God. I'm saying, God, you did this. Ouch. And somewhere I had to go, God, I trust you. Let me give you a scenario here that changed my life with this. This guy was preaching on Jacob. And y'all remember who Jacob was in the Bible. He was this manipulator, deceiver, stole his brother's birthright, stole his brother's blessing, and then goes to his uncle Laban, sees this hot chick that he loves, right? Says, I'll work 7 years. Laban says, okay. After the 7 years, Laban gives him the other daughter. I wonder why that happened in his life. Because he's reaping what he sowed. That's a principle. Are you with me? Well, Jacob has 12 kids. But his last two, actually, Joseph and then Benjamin. In between there, God speaks to Jacob and says, I want you to go back to the land of your father and deal with the sins of your past. Which actually means I want you to go back and make it right with Esau. That's what he's telling me. So he's scared. So he's at a tributary of Jordan, which was at Jabbok, and he has this encounter with God where an angel comes down and they wrestle. And it's about to break day, and this angel says, let go of me. And he said, not till you bless me, which actually means to change my identity. I know who I am. I'm a Jacob. You need to change me because I can't change myself. Anybody ever try to change yourself? I remember in high school, I'm like, I'm going to change my personality. I'm going to be a cowboy. That's what I'm going to be. I'm going to be a yuppie. I'm going to start dressing like a yuppie. What are you trying to do? You're trying to find out where I fit. You're looking for somebody. Exactly. And you know what? There's plenty of them out there that will. But it won't be who you are. Because who you are is on the inside, not what you wear on the outside. Come on. So he has this encounter and God blesses him, changes his name, and says, you'll no longer be Jacob, but you'll be Israel. And Israel raised his two boys, the youngest ones, named Joseph and Benjamin. And this guy was preaching this, and God went, bam. He said, Darin, you are who you are because your dad died, not because he lived. And I went, it hit me for the first time. Because see, even though my dad was a preacher, he was a womanizer. Even though my dad was a preacher, he was probably the most religious person. He would beat my family. Now, listen, I'm not coming against my dad. I honor my dad, but I'm not honoring what he did. Are you with me? And I never knew this, okay? But I realized I wasn't raised under that hard hand. He died when I was 4. So I wasn't raised with the beatings. I wasn't raised with the verbal abuse that my brothers went through. And I went, oh my gosh. Does that make sense to you? That's why Joseph and Benjamin didn't act like the other brothers, because they weren't raised by the same father. Because the father had changed. Make sense? That's why we have to go back and unlearn some things with Josie. Why? Because when Josie was born to us, we were so much law. And we would give her so much, you got to do this and this. And then Alex came along that broke every law in the book. And we realized it's not about law, it's about grace. And if I get my kid's heart, I don't have to worry about rules and regulations. Because they're convicted from the inside out, not trying to give them the outside in. That's what laws are. Does that make sense? And so I don't want Josie to have the stronghold of what we built over her. And this is what we would build. If you'll do right, God will bless you. Hello. So if you don't watch it, you have this mentality as if I'll just go to church and I'll just pay my tithes and I'll be a good person, then God's going to make me successful. The trouble with that, you look out in the world that people are hellions and demonic and they got more money than they know what to do with. And somewhere you go, wait a minute, what? See, the greatest thing to do is to develop a relationship with God, because God's definition of successful for you may be in India. It may not be having $1 million. It may be having 1 million kids. How could you define Mother Teresa and tell me she was not successful? Come on, are y'all out there? But see, we let America determine and tell us what successful is. So the only difference between me and Donald Trump is he got a piece of paper in his deposit box that tells him he owns just a piece of paper. Come on. The only difference between you and multimillionaires is just paper. Just a bunch of trees. Come on, think about that for a minute. So why are you allowing your bank account to determine who you are or the blessings of God? But we do all the time. What we drive, what house we live in. See, somewhere you got to allow God to say, wait a minute. I need you to identify me. There's a purpose and a plan for me to be on the planet. And this is what Gideon starts to have. He starts to have conversation with God. And God starts to confirm to him. And starts telling him. Now watch what he does. He says, now this is what I want you to do. He takes him from who he is to what he's called him to do. You'll never find out really what you're called to do until you know who you are. That's why you got preachers that try to be preachers and then they quit and are miserable. Why? Most of them were never called to be preachers. They don't like people. They let somebody else identify them. See, somebody else should be confirming what God's already told you. So he finds out what he's got to do. Now watch what he has to do here. And I'm going to end on this one. His daddy worshiped Baal, Gideon's daddy. And Gideon's daddy was a leader in Israel. And he had set up this false god, this altar. And they weren't worshiping God, they were worshiping Baal. So God identifies Gideon, has conversation with Gideon, start to tell him who he is, saying, you're a mighty man of God. Now I'm going to tell you what you're supposed to do. Go tear down the altars of Baal. Go tear down the strongholds that your dad has built up over Israel. Let me tell you what I'm saying. You will never be successful in tearing down strongholds in a nation if you don't first tear them down in your own family. And they're usually strongholds that the father has put in place. Even if he's died or he left a stronghold on your mother because he wasn't there. Come on, are y'all with me? Why? Because it's a father's responsibility to identify. It was Father that opened the heavens and said, this is my son in whom I'm well pleased. Talking to Jesus. Are you with me? So being there or not being there is still releasing a stronghold upon that family of an identity crisis. And Gideon's father had built this Baal worship, and they were worshiping Baal, that was causing all of Israel to fall under the curse of the Midianites. So God raises up the son of the dude that built the altar. Because somewhere in his heart was something different that he didn't want to do it the way Dad did. He didn't believe in it. And he says, okay, I see this in you. I put it in you. Now I'm making a demand on what I've already put there. That's the great thing about God. He never asked for something he didn't give you. So if he's asking for it, you already have it, or he couldn't ask for it. So if he's telling you to be bold, guess what? Boldness is in there. So he says, this is what I want you to do, Gideon. I want you to tear down them altars, them strongholds that your daddy has built up over Israel. Because as you break them down in your own family, I'll use you to deliver your family, then I'll use you to deliver Israel. We got people trying to deliver Israel, trying to deliver the church, trying to deliver a nation, and they can't even keep their family together. Somewhere in a book, I think it talks about, so as the family goes, the church goes. Why? Because whatever the family is what you'll reproduce in the church. He's got directions to a gold mine that he wants to give to y'all before we leave today. But I told him we didn't have time. So let me end this, and I'll give you this. And like I said, we'll pick up next week. But he was afraid. Now, I want to make a distinction between these two things. There's a difference in fear and being afraid. Fear is a spirit. You have people say, well, just do it. Well, if it's a spirit, it needs to be broken. If it's just being afraid, you can still do it and be afraid. But sometimes we're trying to get people to do something that they through trauma or an experience, a spirit of fear has come in. That needs to be broken off their life. Does that make sense? So Gideon didn't have a spirit of fear. He's just afraid. So God says, okay, do it at night. He said, take some guys with you. Go do it at night. And so at night, Gideon goes and takes some boys and tears down the altar, okay, that his daddy built for Israel to worship. So when they get up, now watch this, you have no emphasis of this, because somewhere you have to look and know Gideon was a rebel. Gideon did not go along with everything that was going on in that city. Because when they saw it happen, they go, we know who did this. Gideon did it. Well, how'd they know Gideon did it? Because somewhere you would see that Gideon has a belief system that's not lining up with the box. And so they go to Gideon's dad and say, you got to deal with your boy. Bring him out. We won't kill him because of what he did to Baal. And what's the shift that happens in his dad when he breaks the stronghold? His dad goes, let Baal deal with Gideon. If Baal is God, like we've been worshiping him to be God, and my boy tore him down, then let Baal deal with my son. Wow, what a revelation. You know what that revelation is? I think it's daddy going, maybe I'm wrong. So let's just see. If this God I'm worshiping is God, and my son is defying it and tearing it down, let's just see what happens to my son. Come on, did y'all see that? It doesn't mean your family is going to agree with you when you go out and break it. But you know what they'll do? That might be God. Go ahead and answer that. He might be telling you. But you know what they'll do? They'll stand back and watch. Let's just see if their God is real. Let's just see if they can really break through in finances. Let's just see if God's going to be on their side. Come on, Reed. It broke that and caused his dad to step back and go, maybe what we're worshiping is not right. Caused him to see something he couldn't see before. What do you need to break in your family? Or go against a stronghold that's been developed in your family? That God says as you do, it'll break the blinders off their eyes. Because here's the problem. If you don't put God to the test, you're not going to be successful. Let me say that one more time. I'm going to hand it. If you don't put him to the test, you will not be successful. What do I mean by that? You've got to put God in a place that he ceases to be God if he doesn't come through. If not, then it's you doing your life and not him. Example, and I'm handing it to him. Peter said, Jesus is walking on the water. Peter said, hey, Jesus, if that's you, bid me come. What's Jesus going to do? No, it's not me, Peter. You know what Peter did? He put him in a place for God to do a miracle for Peter. He said, if that's you, bid me to come to you. And Jesus went, it's me. And Peter got out and did something none of the other disciples did. He walked on water. Why? He put God to the test. He didn't tempt God, but he put God in a situation. All right, God, if you don't come through for me, I'm going to look like an idiot. That's what I told this businessman. I said, are you putting God in a place if he don't come through, it's going to hurt him? He said, absolutely. Everybody in my staff knows this. We're believing God. I said, then don't abandon God in his time of need. I said, stand with him and proclaim to them God's going to come through. And he will. Because if he don't, he has to cease to be God. Because he's made you promises that he would. The problem is we just don't like to be out there Where if he don't come through, makes us look bad, embarrassed. But I'm telling you, when it's God, you can stand on it and go, this is God. It's going to come through. Why? Because you know his will. You know what he wants. He wants to prove himself to be God. We just don't want him to do it at our expense. One example. Is God a miracle worker? But she ain't going to say, oh, God, give me cancer so you can prove a miracle through me. Nobody'd want to do that, would they? No. Nobody would go, oh, yeah, I'm going to sign up for that one. But here's the issue that you got to understand, okay? Is you have the right when someone has cancer to look to them and encourage them, listen, it's not because of something you did. It's something that Adam let in that the second Adam took care of, and you can be healed. And it would be for the glory of God for them to be healed, and God would get credit. But here's the problem. Can that person believe that when in the middle of the test? It's easy to believe it when you ain't got cancer. But when you're the one that's got it, then you got to go, ooh, why? Because what does your belief system say? What does your doctor say? What does people around you say? They're going to start telling you, oh, they got cancer. They got 3 months to live. You listen to what the doctor says. You listen to what people say. They're already preparing for you to die when they hear the name cancer. Oh, they won't be here long. Listen, if something ever happened like that for me, God forbid, but you'd never know about it. I wouldn't tell nobody. Are you with me? Why? Because I don't want to deal with the unbelief and stuff that's going to come against me. I've got to put myself into a place that I got to believe what God says, and he says I'm healed. He's got a word.
I think the person that gave me this is gone. So I'm not gonna. Who gave me this? I don't have the freedom to tell she gave it to me, so I'm going to read it. And to me, it's just this leading into the step in confirming of this is the word of the Lord for us this morning. I had a dream, a vision this morning before church, where and then she put into parentheses, the church, was breathing deeply in and out. So I'll start over. I had a dream, a vision this morning before church, where the church was breathing us deeply in and out. This went on for a while until I saw that I wasn't breathing on my own, but someone was giving me CPR and breathing for me. I felt a sudden realization that eventually I would have to come to a choice whether I was going to let this continue forever at the expense of the person giving the CPR, in a state where I was almost paralyzed, or I was going to take over and finally start breathing on my own. I felt like God was telling the church that there will come a time where the body is going to have to make a decision to take over, to take initiative, to breathe again, so we can move the way we are intended. I believe this morning the challenge that before us is that we have a choice to make. We can continue to receive CPR and to receive our belief system from ones that have we don't it's not a conscious thing, but we are breathing and living on the past on what we have learned or passed down. And it's time to make a choice. It's time to begin to say, I will believe what you, Lord, are revealing to me today, and I will no longer be held by my belief system of the past. And today I choose to breathe on my own, to have relationship with you. You alone is who I'm going to depend upon. And I'm telling you, when Darin is talking about fear and afraid, I'm telling you, when you begin to decide, I'm going to breathe and I'm going to know this God of Father, the God of all creation, I'm going to know, Lord Jesus, I am going to submit myself to Holy Spirit to live and move and breathe through me, and to reveal His heart to me. And I'm no longer going to breathe off of the support thing that was only bringing, in a way, would lead to death, would lead to premature. I used to would have said, all right, all those in agreement that I'm going to do, would you stand up and do that? I'm not going to do that, because I'm telling you, I'm through. It's a personal decision that you and I have to make. I'm telling you, He's saying, breathe. Breathe on your own. Breathe in me. What you've longed for is right around the corner. And it comes in, and it's okay. Listen, can I tell you, it's okay to be afraid, but it's not okay to live in fear. The Word says, at time I am afraid, I will trust in thee, you. We will trust in you, Father. Do not come under, but if there is something that freezes you and says, I cannot do this, I've tried that, this is what my experience was, that is what He is challenging you and giving you the grace today to be free of and to enter into a breakthrough in this area. And it's a choice. Breathe on your own. Have the relationship on your own that He desires. Yes, there are corporate things, certainly, but I'm telling you, He wants to speak to each person, have relationship individually, and the breakthrough in our life of not being dependent, hooked up to a machine of the past, of traditions, of things that have been passed down to us, can be broken in a moment when we make this choice, because the grace is here to do it. So I would challenge you to do that this morning. I wanted to say one other thing. What Darin shared a lot this morning was I can just example after example. I've never said this before, and it was because I thought people would treat me differently if they knew. I can remember the day that I told my nephew, I told Rick Buck, I wish he was here. I said, Rick, you know what? I'm going to have to prepare to be a millionaire. It was the first time the thought of my mind to breaking through. And I remember voicing it and speaking. And I could see it. I'm telling you, when we begin to breathe on our own, when we begin to see Father's heart and what He desires, Clarice Fluette says it, who would dare believe such a thing? I challenge you. dare to believe such a thing. Because I'm telling you, that's where he wants to take us. To dare to believe and to trust him for things. If all you heard this morning was about the diamonds or about this or about that, you have missed what Darin has shared. Because yes, is that a part of it? It certainly is. Because I'm telling you, the king's kids don't worry about where the next meal's coming. The king's kids don't worry about getting up and reporting to a job at 8 o'clock. Now, hey, I'm not against people that, oh God, no, that work like that. But I can tell you, where he wants us to come to is, good morning, Father. What are we going to do today? And as we just grow and learn to trust him, who would dare to believe such a thing? What are we going to do today? He'll show you. And I believe, as you walk in what you are entrusted with in the little, and you show that you can be, that your faithfulness and the gratefulness that comes from just realizing every good gift, every perfect gift comes down from Father. That He is a desire, yes, to bless, to heal, to provide, to see you happy, happy, happy. To see you walk as a child of the King, son and daughter to the one that created heaven and earth. That's who you are. That's who we are. Dare to believe such a thing. Dare to believe such a thing. Darin, over the next few weeks, I believe there's going to be times of ministry and things that come a later time, but inheritances, things that are lost are going to be found.